Thank you very much, and greetings to everybody from Vienna, Austria, and it's really a big pleasure and honor to be here and see that IIASA comes to India with this conference, and I hope that we can have exciting discussions today. Can you hear me?
Elena, can you speak now?
Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No.
No.
Which one? This system gonna okay. Elena, can you try one more time, please? Sorry.
Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yeah.
6, 7. Works?
Yes.
Yeah, we are good to go.
Okay. Can you also see my slides? Does this work? Can somebody confirm that you can see my slides?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. That's great.
Ma'am, just put it on the slideshow mode.
Yeah, I will put it when I know that it works. Yes. Okay. Great. So I can start, I suppose.
Yeah,
You
ma'am.
can still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. So yeah, once again, greetings from Vienna and great to be here. So let's maybe proceed with this session right away. My talk, I try to keep it very short given that we are running out of time. The idea of this talk is to just give you a glimpse on what we are doing at IIASA in the program that I'm directing. It's called Advancing Systems Analysis Program, as was already mentioned. And the talk is Harnessing the Power of Systems Analysis. So this is how in the ideal life, one would argue, of course, in a very schematic, in a very simplified manner, but still in the ideal life, one would present science for policy or science for practice, even more broadly, process. Yeah? So this process would consist of a number of key nodes and the interconnections between these nodes. So it's not only researchers that are working on problem formulation, they choose methods, they choose assumptions to work with, but it's also decision makers, it's also implementation of the decisions and all the stakeholders involved in that process. It's also other stakeholders who have interest and affect by their behavior this system. And finally, this is the basis for all of this, which is data modeling and analysis. So usually, science focuses its efforts in these boxes, in this rectangle. So researchers, for example, spend a lot of time discussing which assumptions they should choose, which methods they should use, and so on and so forth. So decision makers are also focusing their attention on their own interests, on understanding their context, and so on. Yeah. Much less attention is given to these links between the boxes. And these are these links that really make the system as a system. So that's why this whole system we would call as kind of a science for policy system. And one would need to apply a systems approach, namely focus on connections between these boxes in order to have really a working and feasible science for policy work, science for practice work, as I introduced it. So challenge lies in these links, and there are multiple challenges. Just to mention some of them, for example, here on the interface between data modeling and analysis, and the researchers' culture, the researchers' methods, assumptions, and so on. Of course, we never have enough data. Data is always limited. Modeling needs to be fit for purpose. Model validation in particular is one challenge. In other links, there are also multiple challenges on this connection between decision makers and researchers. As we all know, so for the research advice to be used and to be useful, this should be a co-development process. So the researchers should not come and just give their results to decision makers. They should co-develop this together. That's again a big challenge, how to involve decision makers, how to speak with them the same language, and so on and so forth. Multiple challenges in this regard. Between the implementation of decisions and rigorous science, there is a challenge of monitoring. So very rarely we have projects and we have funding for monitoring how actually the science advice has been implemented, if at all, if it has been implemented, how successful this has been, what were the challenges, and so on and so on. This is very under-researched area. And many other challenges: engagement and communication of broader range of stakeholders, trust in science, and many others. So we don't have time, unfortunately, to talk about it today for too long. But so, as I said, my idea is to just to give you a glimpse on some of the advances that we are making at IIASA. This is IIASA. This is our building in a small town called Luxembourg near Vienna. So IIASA's mission is to support this kind of research, science for policy research on the issues that modern societies are facing, those issues that arise from scientific and technological development. We draw on the strengths of system science and interdisciplinarity and engage with a global scientific network. And ultimately, IIASA aims to be the primary destination for integrated system solutions and policy insights to current, emerging, and novel global sustainability challenges, threats, and opportunities. So by this mission, you can see that we are very well positioned to tackle these problems that I was talking about in the previous slides. And specifically, the Advancing Systems Analysis program that I'm directing is developing new methods and new approaches for that, which we test in multiple case studies. And in the next few slides, I will just very briefly go through examples of what we are doing. For example, on this challenge of data and limited data, we are working a lot with Earth observation combined with citizen science to produce geographically explicit data on many things, for example, on land use, land cover. So result of that is detailed land cover, land use maps, for example, as shown in this very recent paper that we published. Another way to collect data, also through citizen science, was undertaken in this project, where empirical measurements and understanding of resilience of local communities was obtained through very detailed interviews and data collection from communities, facilitated by a tool. So you can see the screenshot of the tool here. And as a result of that, we could obtain as many as over 1 million data points from 68 communities that allowed us to understand really the local patterns of resilience to floods and to natural disasters more broadly of these communities. So citizen science is really a powerful tool for collecting this kind of data. On the modeling side and on decision support, we are working with so-called risk-adjusted decision support systems. So we are working on methods to add risk considerations in decision support tools. Again, we don't have time to discuss it in details, but here is just an example of how we added these risk considerations to the decision support model that we developed for food, water, energy nexus. On modeling, we all use models, and models in general is a key tool for systems analysis. However, we all know that models are simplifications of realities. In many cases, they are oversimplifications of realities, and there is this constant challenge of improving model realism. One promising direction for that is to use agent-based modeling, which allows to realistically represent behavior in real-life systems where you have multiple and heterogeneous agents, each operating under their own heuristics, decision-making heuristics. These agents can operate across sectors, across regions, and so on. So agent-based modeling is a very flexible and very powerful tool to model complex processes. Here is one example. We are collaborating with the Bank of Canada to add agent-based modeling to the set of tools that they are using for forecasting. And in particular, the model that we developed was successfully used to forecast inflation. And inflation is now a big topic for many countries, including Canada. So what was possible is to better forecast inflation using the agent-based modeling approach than the standard general equilibrium models that the bank is traditionally using. For stakeholder engagement, that's a big topic, as I already mentioned. Co-development of solution options is a big challenge. IIASA is approaching this challenge by developing tools to support this process. So I'm showing here two examples of these tools. So one tool that we have is used for multi-criteria analysis and optimization. So this is a tool for compromise-seeking process. We have applied this tool already across many different projects and many different applications. One was for COVID-19. In a number of countries, in 3 countries, we had exercises, the stakeholder exercises, where they could analyze competing objectives when designing the policy how to combat COVID-19. And this tool and this process helped policymakers to design a more sort of balanced and more complex, so to say, policy that would account for more objectives rather than just more narrow epidemiological focused objectives. Another tool that we are developing, this is very new, it's called Senaton, and this tool allows to coordinate countries' decisions on various subjects, in this case on sustainable land use and food systems, in a decentralized way. So obviously decisions that one country takes on food production may affect decisions of others. However, the decision support tools that they are using are rarely talking to each other. They are rarely connected with each other. Usually national decision support systems are run independently for each country. So this is for the first time that this kind of tools are talking to each other. They are connected and they actually can synchronize these decisions in such a way that one can achieve certain given global targets. So this is another. We are using some modern machine learning techniques for this in this tool and developing it for the purpose of coordinating policies and developing a coordinated approach across countries to tackle global challenges such as food security in this case. This is all what I wanted to share with you for today. Thank you very much for listening. And I think at the end of this session, we can have a discussion. So we actually will first go through all talks, I would suggest, so that we could have them all, and then we can have a discussion session. I hope that's fine with everybody. Thank you very much for your attention. And with this, yeah, thank you. And with this, I will proceed to next speakers. Before I do that, I have a question to the organizers. Until when should we finish this session? How much time do we actually have? Can somebody quickly tell me, please? So the plan was that every speaker would have about 10 minutes. Is it still fine that we take 10 minutes for each speaker?
Yeah, ma'am, till 1 p.m. Yeah, ma'am. No, one speaker is online and all over.
Okay,
Right.
so we can still follow the more or less the previous timing, just shifted by half an hour, I understand. Okay, fine. In that case, let me invite the next speaker, who is Professor Yanki Atharia. And I apologize, and I will apologize several more times for mispronouncing names of the speakers. They are difficult for me. I'm very sorry for this, but I'm doing my best in that. So Professor Yanki Atharia is Dean of the School of Disaster Studies at Tata Institute of Social Sciences in Mumbai and has over 37 years of experience in the field of community organization and social development. Her areas of work focus on gender issues, environmental concerns, demographic governance, and addressing diverse forms of marginalization and vulnerability. Professor Antaria received an award for her outstanding contribution to education at the World Education Congress Global Awards. The topic of the talk will be integrating gender and systems perspective in sustainability and livelihoods management. Professor Antaria, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm here and let me time myself on my phone. It's 11:43, 10 minutes, right?
Have you shared the slide?
Yeah, it's
10
here.
minutes, and when it's 10 minutes, if you don't mind, I will let you know if you are still talking. So I'll make a short comment.
Yeah. So where do I change it from? Wait. What did he put? So where do I change it from?
Sharing my screen. एक मिनट, ये screen share हो रही है? Screen share हो रही है और इसको share कैसे करें?
So
You
me,
share the screen, right? Yeah, I'm sharing the screen. Yeah, we all. Yeah, screen is visible.
no, here it's visible with them. It's, and
Just a minute, just a
I need to know how to change the screen. Right? What do I click to change?
Right now, you need to wait. Full screen. Okay, see, ma'am, you can still do it because it is in the full change. Just use arrow.
Is it doing?
Yeah, it will.
Okay.
Full. Yeah.
All right. यहाँ पे there is another slide and there's another slide. Go up. Go to the second one. It's not changing there.
Yeah, ma'am. It's okay. ये हो गया था. नहीं.
Should change.
This one.
Change.
It's happening?
Change it.
Yes.
Thank you so much. How many people does it take to get a PPT going online mode? 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. So much for technology. Okay. I'm going to actually build on the sort of inaugural address that was made by Dr. Srivastava, where she talked about interconnectedness, she talked about cascading impacts, and the fact that what happens in one part of the world affects another, and no one really is immune or independent, and no one can really say that, well, we are self-contained and, well, the world can take care of itself. I think that's something that's absolutely critical. In this process, when you get down to looking at, when you start disaggregating society, it's not like society is one homogeneous mass. Yeah, there are sort of divisions across different sort of segments, and gender is one of them. And I'm going to talk about the whole issue of gender. That's not to say that, well, caste, religion, and there are different kinds of exclusion. So, and a whole range of minority groups across each country. So there are specificities of each country which we need to take on board. And given the fact that we have only 10 minutes, the reason why I thought it would be useful to talk about gender is for us to start reflecting on, in all our presentation, in all our work, are we even looking at women as a distinct category? Yeah, and I'm going to sort of start off by explaining or something that we already know, but it's a good thing to remind ourselves that why this is an area that needs special attention. So I'm basically talking about, my presentation is divided in 5 broad points. One is talk about the global distress. Maybe I'll skim through some of that. Wow. आप ही को करना पड़ेगा. Why don't you come here and sit? Sumit, I think you should sit here.
Just,
You come here and sit. I think you're going to need to do this with everybody.
no, no, I think
No, no, come. No, I also feel supported. Come. Come. Because you're going next to me. क्या हुआ?
पहले तो
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Sen. Again, very interesting talk. I hope you can hear me. Very interesting talk, but no time
Alina,
for... Yeah,
Alina, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for this very interesting talk. We are running really late in our program, so we have to move to the next speaker now, which is Professor Mukesh Kari, who is the professor Department of Civil Engineering. Professor Kari is the Fellow of Institution of Engineers India and Fellow of Wessex Institute of Great Britain. He is specialized in air quality modeling, and his experience has covered research and development studies, teaching, consulting, modeling, and editorial activities. He's the author of more than 150 research publications. The title of the talk will be Role of Indigenous and Innovative Technologies in Urban Air Quality Management. Professor Kare, please, the floor is yours.
Hello. Excuse me. I think Professor Khare is not here. You can
Professor
ask for him.
Kare is not there. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, that may help us a little bit with the timing. Okay, but yeah, it was good that I read his bio. Anyways, the next speaker on my list is Dr. Anindya Bhattacharya. Again, I apologize for surely mispronouncing the name. Is Dr. Bhattacharya there? Okay. Okay, then he's currently serving as the executive director at the Celestial Earth, and Professor Bhattacharya is leading the Energy and Climate Change Division of this organization, and his research interests are subnational energy systems, modeling for India, deep decarbonization, net zero emissions, water energy land use nexus, and spatial analysis, sustainable urban energy systems, and so on. Energy planning and integrated assessment tool on message is the title of the presentation. And I cannot hear anything again. I cannot hear anything, sorry. There's no sound.
Yeah. Now, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's good now.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, a lot of technical coordination
Yeah, a
requests.
lot of technical coordination. And before you start, may I remind you about the 10-minute format?
Yeah.
And please,
Sure.
try to keep it short as
Yeah.
much as possible.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah. So I think let me just give you the brief background that what we are going to talk about, and I will give a initial 2-3 minutes of background about our work and today's presentation, and then my colleague will be continuing the remaining part. So so what we Energy was mentioning about that the reaching, basically the bridging the gap between the research and the implementation. I think we'll start from that point of view because we found that when we started working in Indian context for almost 10 years now, we found that this is the major problem that the research community is not able to communicate their messages to the policymakers. So our presentation is, and the work is purely focused on that. So this particular slide is showing that how that the evolution of energy modeling has been done in India, starting from the excellent work that Niti Aayog initiated in 2012 on developing the first IESS 2047. I don't know how many of you are aware of it. This is perhaps the only government fully endorsed government tool on energy data, information, and scenario builder. If you are not seen that by this time, I recommend all of you to please visit that the website. You can just search IESS India Energy Security Pathway Calculator 2047, and you can go and have a look at it. So that journey started in 2012, and this journey is still continuing. And Dr. Ritu Mathur is now spearheading this whole movement from Niti Aayog now. Basically, there are a lot of intermediate activities that happened. 2012 version 1, 2 came, and then I'm just cutting long story short that in between lot of effort has done to keep on updating that ISS. So version 2, then the work is going on version 3 also. So that with lot of improvements, with lot of updation on the current data, in between, in 2019, from Celestial Earth, we actually worked with Niti Aayog jointly to first integrate that IESS model with the upgraded with the Message IX, which is basically the systems analysis model developed by IASA. So IASA and Niti Aayog collaborated, and then we also jointly worked with them to basically to develop that energy systems model for India based on Message IX platform. And there we integrated the IESS database to that model. And later on until 2021, what we have done is basically we also integrated the macroeconomic model with the message model. So that is this work is a kind of a continuation, and it will continue for some time. But the major, the development that we have made, and we try to use that as a platform for communication with the policymakers. Right now, we are communicating and working with almost 5 state governments using the same platform, and also we are also associated with the various line ministries with Government of India, that how these model results can be communicated. So we have developed an integrated, modeling platform, which we call the Epitome. It is integration of the results that is coming out from Message IX and our integrated platform, and it can actually convert into a very easily understandable, the where from this is coming. Okay. Yeah, now I think it's fine. Sorry. So basically, the idea is now the platform that we have developed is integrating the two things. One, we have integrated the macroeconomic model, because that is the key that we are all concerned about, that how our economy is going to perform, how the economy will be impacted based on certain policy decisions. So that is one very important criteria for any government, any policymakers to take a call on it. So we have integrated that with the message model, which is an energy systems optimization model. And then we are also creating a feedback loop, so where we can get the impacts of that message model into the CG back again to see that how that is going to impact the economy. Suppose you are taking for example, like you are trying to implement the India's net zero strategy, or maybe even if not, if you just want to implement that 500 gigawatt of non-fossil energy that will come from the different non-fossil energy in the system, or 50% of your energy will come from the renewables. So if these kind of targets get implemented in the system, that how the system is going to be going to react. So that will come from the message, and then That result will be fed back into the macro model through our platform. And the entire, so our approach is basically to minimize the human interaction. So the whole purpose is that we are leading towards that direction through this integrated platform, that where a policymaker can use their tab or even the mobile phone, they can create their own scenario setting. They can just create the policy in a scenarios. They can run the model instantaneously, and they can get the results, and they can even print it. So we have also developed that code that how that the entire results can be printed in another 20, 30 pages. So the whole idea is that to make the interaction between the policymakers and the model and the tools more intense, so that they know that what information they're trying to communicate to give to the model, and what information they are getting taking out of that model. So I will, you can see that because there is a lack of time, so I cannot continue for long, but I will now ask my colleague to show you certain examples, and also will give you a very quick live demo, which that entire tool is now working in our server now. Right now, we are helping 5 states in this country. We are also developing the state energy, the model, and we are transferring this entire tool to them so that they can use, they can do their own state planning. So right now we are doing this work for government of, we have already completed that for West Bengal government. The entire site is up in the government of West Bengal website, power department. We have done the same thing for Punjab, Goa, and Uttarakhand. So these things will be coming up in a uh, in a sequential manner, because we are also interacting with NIC to upload this whole thing in their NIC server. So it takes some time, but the whole approach is to make the interaction more intense between the policymakers and the modeler. So now, Shankar, over to you. Please, you show that what are the features of this model. Thank you.
Maybe I can say
You
from
can
you. Yeah. Okay. So, so I'll just introduce our epitome, our energy planning and integrated assessment tool on Message IX. So the entire thing started with a dynamic reporting architecture, which was needed after the India energy model was first implemented by IASA. So initially, the system was to take all of the, not all of the inputs, but very specific technology.
Yeah.
So the initial model was based on a different specific framework, like an IMC framework of ISA, and it would take specific technologies. And when you're making a model, the technology database was generally not tampered with. So when we started working with NITI and tried to develop it more in the recent times to more or bridge the gap between energy database that was created in terms of ISS 2047 and the Message IX modeling framework. So all of these were taken into account, and that's why we needed a dynamic reporting architecture which could take everything from the Message IX scenarios database, every tables in terms of activity, capacity, and all the parameters which are involved in measuring all the energy emissions and investments required, which are outputs of the Message IX model. And then we make a dynamic allocation based on the input commodity and input levels and output commodity output levels. Now, in the end, we create a particular object file which can be only seen by a dashboard which cannot be tampered with, and also an Excel file which can be easily shared. So in this dashboard also, this is, as Sir said, that it's in our server. So uh, we have the possibility of showing different, running multiple scenarios and showing them in detail and as a whole. So for example, final energy by fuel and final energy by sectors, but also within the sector, what are the different technologies that are using fuel. And we also started tinkering with a little bit on developing a Sankey diagram dynamically from this Message IX scenario file. and Mac curves and compare key indicators like GHG emissions for different scenarios and different countries in a single line-based line plot. Now, the main the main objective of this tool, another thing that we're trying to make is making the whole system. We have done it in terms of Excel file. We make a message input file, and this is in a format which is much more familiar to the government in terms of ISS. So the same equations and same formulas are used, but it is to convert all of these physical parameters like the pumps and the generators and whatever kilometers each person is traveling. So all of these physical parameters, how you convert it in terms of energy. So all of this is open, and people can actually see all the formulae, and in the they don't have to convert it every time. They just create these parameters. Suppose from different research, we find that people are traveling more by bus and less by private cars. So and at that point of time, we have to change that parameter in terms of kilometers, kilometers by kilometers and kilometers by kilometers. Some parameters like how so depending on the intensity, the pumping requirements will change. So in the end, what we do is taking all the physical parameters into account and different units and converting it into energy, automating the whole process.
So, Shankar, just
So
want to say, so here this is a very important transition we have made compared to the standard message IX model input file, which is the main model. Like we converted that into a very popular and known unit, like the number of pumps, like how much a person needs to travel, how many cars, how many cook stoves that you need in the country. So that is a very commonly understandable kind of a unit, rather than if I tell that this much amount of gigawatt a year of energy is required for cooking, no one will understand. Initially, we talked about that, then people started looking at that. What does this mean? Then we realize that it is, and if these kind of units are there, then people start thinking, oh, okay, this is not something that we should enter. Now, the moment I said that, okay, you need to change your 100,000, biomass chullas to 50,000, induction cookers, people will immediately understand that what I am talking about. So exactly, this is the thing. So our input is going in that terms of numbers, and it gets internally calculated how much energy is required, and then feeding that into the model. So that is the difference. So, and that we immediately started seeing that the acceptance of these kind of things with the government. Okay.
thank you. So this is for the initial year, and for the future projections also, we as suggested that we are starting to go into more in an economic model. So this is a tool scenario builder that
is still in early stages. So what it does is it gives you the flexibility of changing the energy. Hello? So it gives you the ability to change what is the total quantum of energy. So this is one approach, changing from final energy to useful energy. And there could be another approach which we are trying to make is, like we discussed earlier, from useful the service demand to energy calculation. So that is something which we are very passionate about, and we're doing probably in a month's time we will be able to launch it. Now, the ability to change all of these parameters and then running a scenario, uh, uh, I'll just show you. So this is what we are trying to do. We are trying to make, we're trying to take a baseline scenario from the scenario file in the database, ISMP database, then we would be able to change what is the total energy demand, what is the penetration of different technologies, and change the cost
cost
and
and
efficiency
efficiency
parameters,
parameters,
and then solve
and
the
then
model,
solve the
and
model, and
it would be
it
saved
would
in
be
a
saved in
file,
a file,
file in
a
your
file in your
hard disk.
hard.
And then you will be able to
You
see
will
what are the
see what
changes
are the
within
changes within
baseline and different
baseline
scenarios.
and different scenarios.
And then
And
you have the
then you
ability.
have the
We are not
ability.
taking it
We are
into
not
the
taking
database
it into
because
the database
it would
because it
basically be
basically
cumbersome to
be
keep all
cumbersome
of
to
these
keep
scenarios.
all
So
of these
you
scenarios.
can
So
run
you
multiple
can run
iterations of
multiple
the
iterations of
same
the
baseline,
same
and you can
baseline,
see
and you can
differences
see
between
differences
your
between
scenario
your
and
scenario
multiple
and multiple
scenarios made by
scenarios
maybe other.
made maybe other people.
So
So
the idea of
the
handling
idea
different
of
units of
handling different
measurement
units of
is
measurement
to
is to
use different physical
use
units
different
and
physical unit
change it in
and
terms of
change it in
energy, and
terms of
also
energy, and
how you
also how you
represent that energy
represent
in
that
terms of
energy in terms of
units, in terms of
units,
million
in
tons of
terms of
oil
million tons
equivalent
of
or
oil equivalent
exajoules
or
or terajoules or
exajoules or
terajoules.
terajoules.
And also the
And
capacity
also the
is
capacity
we are
is
tinkering with
we are
a little bit
tinkering
on
with
the
a little
capacity
bit on the
factors. So
capacity factors. So
we incorporate
we
into the model
incorporate
itself
into the
how
model
you
itself how you
have what is
have
the total
what is
vehicle
the
demand
total vehicle
for a
demand
particular
for a particular
transport service.
transport service.
So that is also another improvement we made, that normally energy model gives you the answer in energy term. So we have also converted that into the unit term. Like after you run the scenario like EV penetration or any other low carbon technology scenarios, then how it gets converted into actual physical unit. How many vehicles you will be required in the system to run? How many power plants you have to set up? So all these numbers which are coming in through this platform.
And
And
another thing was
another
to
thing
make an
was to make an
interactive
very
dashboard,
interactive
which
dashboard,
can
which
be
can be
used for
used for
easily
easily
showing whatever
showing
results,
whatever results,
the message
the message
output,
output, optimized
output that you got.
outputs that you got.
So
So
in this,
in
this,
this,
this this
this
schematic shows you
schematic
what
shows
is
you
the
what is
chart
the
that you
chart
will be
that you will
seeing,
be
and
seeing, and
you can
you can
choose what is the
choose what is
scenario
the
file.
scenario
So
file.
you
So
run
you
multiple
run multiple
scenarios, so you
scenarios,
can
so you can
choose which
choose
file you
which
want
file
to
you
see,
want to see,
and
and
the plot
the
types
plot types
could be
could
in
be
terms
in
of
terms of
comparison of
comparison of
different
different key
indicators.
indicators.
So you
So
can
you can
compare
compare
between
between
scenarios and
scenarios and
between
between
countries as
countries
well.
as well.
If you're
If you're
doing a
doing a
multi-country,
multi-country,
multi-region
multi-region
model,
models,
then you
then
have
you have
the
the
scenario-specific
scenario-specific
energy
energy
emissions and
emissions and
investments,
investments,
which could be
which could
stacked
be
as
stacked
well as
as
split
well as
in,
split
like
in, like
I
I
said earlier.
just earlier.
So, and
So,
also
and
Shanti
also
diagrams.
Shanky
And we have
diagrams,
also
and we have
added
also
different
added
features like
different
downloading
features like
plots,
downloading
data,
plots
and the report
and the
itself.
report itself,
And we can
and we
convert the
can
units.
convert the units.
We can change
We can
color
change
on
color
these
on it
charts as
in
well.
these charts as well.
So just this
So just this
sample,
sample,
this
this
is
is
a
a
comparison
comparison
chart,
chart,
which
which
is
is
in
in
terms
terms
of
of
Thank you.
different
You
different
need to
scenarios of
move
India.
scenarios of
fast.
India.
Yeah.
I think we do
Yeah.
not have much time.
Okay, the
Okay,
stack
the stack
scenario,
scenario, the stack
final
for
energy,
final
total
energy,
final
total
energy by
final energy by
sector. So
sector.
black
So
is the
black is the
industry and the
industry
pink
and the
ones
pink
are the
ones are the
transport.
transport.
And within
And within
transport, you can
transport,
see
you can
different
see different
technologies in
technologies
terms
in
of
terms of
two-wheelers,
two-wheelers,
three-wheelers,
three-wheelers,
four-wheelers.
four-wheelers.
I
I
think
think
we
I
just need
just
to
need to
show
show
the
the
yeah.
yeah.
So
So
just a
just a
brief
brief
introduction to
introduction to
this.
this.
So
So
this
this
is
is
the
the
scenario builder
scenario
that I
builder
was
that I was
saying.
saying.
So you
So you
have the
have the
final
final
energy
energy
demand which you
demand which
can
you can
change.
change.
Then you
Then
can
you can
change the
change the
percentages of
percentages of
different
different
sectors,
sectors,
and
and
then you
then
can
you
also
can also
change the
change the
different
different
technologies
technologies
within that
within that
sector.
sector.
So
So
suppose
suppose
there's
there's
So this is the model building part. It is not the simulation. So this will help you to build the model as per your requirements. So you have the base model. When you need to change certain parameter values, if you get a new parameter values, you can update it here. You really don't need to go to the code. You can update here and run the code. It will automatically update the model according to your new input file. So it has got an input, then it will run the model, generate the results, it will display the results. You can extract the results and put back into the macro model to see the final macroeconomic impact of any systems that is there. So in terms of GDP impact, in terms of employment impact, in terms of social welfare, in terms of your export-import situation, how the different commodities will be, what will be the balance of payment situation, inflation, all everything will be coming out in one book.
Yeah, so we are working on that.
Yeah.
And the thing that we have till now is in terms of, like I said, that I'll actually pre-run one scenario. So I try to electrify all the pumps and two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and four-wheelers. So let's see whatever is for different scenarios, what is the different costs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think we can.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah,
it.
I think that's it.
Yeah, so I think we'll stop, and if anyone has any other further query, please contact us. We'll be very happy to give you further detail, because it is quite a massive work that we have been working on this for last almost 6 years now to develop this. So you can understand that cannot be covered in 15 minutes. So we'll be very happy to be also to collaborate with any one of you and to help you, and also we'll be happy to explain any of your questions later. Thank you.
Thank you for this talk and the demonstration. Let's move on. Our next speaker is Mr. Nima Bahramalian. Again, apologies for mispronouncing your name, Nima. Nima is working at UNIDO. His profound interest is in sustainable development and understanding impact of different business practices on wider social and natural environment, and the other way around. He's a co-author of a technical paper, UNIDO Approach to Cluster Development. The title of the talk will be Complex Systems, Development Trajectories and Theories of Change. There is still a lot of echo also on that side. I guess once it's fixed, then Nima, you can start.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mirza.
It's a lot of echo that I still hear. I don't know how about others. Everybody who is not speaking, if you could mute yourself, I think that may be helpful.
Okay. Good afternoon. Do you hear me well?
Yes, now it's good again.
Okay, thank you. And I hope in the conference room there's no echo, because we did not really hear very well the previous presentation, at least online. And can you tell me also if you see my presentation slides?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Dr. Rovanskaya, for the introduction. My name is Nima Bahramalian, and I'm working at the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. And today I would like to present to you a paper that we have worked on, development of a methodology for using system analysis in development context. I'm joined here by Mr. Johannes Dobinger, who is the Chief of Independent Evaluation Division of UNIDO. And hopefully in the questions and answers, we will be ready to address any of the questions that you may have. Let me just share first a few background notes on the approach that we are taking, or the perspective that we come into this system analysis. The main challenge that we have is when we are confronted with complex systems, is as a development practitioner, how do we use the system analysis for designing and delivering technical assistance intervention? So that is the main reason why we have looked at system analysis and how we can develop mechanisms to use system analysis to improve the development interventions. And result of a couple of cases and trials and errors in the evaluation, in design and implementation of transformational projects, we have come up with more or less of a methodological approach, how to use complex system thinking in technical assistance projects. And I would make reference to the aquaculture sector in Indonesia as one of the cases where we applied and simultaneously developed this methodology. Of course, for development practitioners, for all of us, sustainable development goals are are the agendas that we are working, or the umbrella that we are working, and in different capacities. And Sustainable Development Goals are, of course, ambitious transformational agenda that they link, on one hand, environmental sustainability, the elimination of poverty and social improvements and development, and link those with the economic and social needs of the societies. And if you look at also the subset of goals, we see how these are highly interlinked, and how they are linked to each other and reinforcing each other. Now, if we apply the Sustainable Development Goals in any sector that we work with, in the urban sector, in the rural sector, in industrial sectors, we immediately understand that these sectors are highly unpredictable. They can change over time without pre-notifications on how they are going to develop. So they are unpredictable. Sometimes the changes in the systems that we are dealing with are not clear or visible. And of course, these systems include a lot of factors and agents that they are interacting with each other. Taking, for example, the food system sector, of course, we are looking at very different type of factors and agents and actors within that sector. And of course, the interactions between the different factors and actors and agents are at different scales, be it geographical scales at the global, national, or regional, or in terms of time, the scales are different and multiple. And sometimes the effects of changes in the system are seen at different time frames. So there is a bit of a deferred effects are deferred in time within a complex system. Now, for a development assistance project or for an intervention where UNIDO, for instance, or organizations like UNIDO come in, there are two key questions when we are looking at the socioeconomic systems that we are dealing with. There are two key questions that we need to answer. First is, how do we define this relevant system? How do we create the boundaries? Because if you look at the systems, everything is interlinked. So you can easily look at the aquaculture sector and see how it is linked with wider systems. But at some point, for a development intervention, we need to define the relevant system that we are dealing with, so we can create that boundary. So first question is how to define the relevant system in which the intervention is intended to bring some transformational change. And the second important question is that how do we identify and design the interventions that lead to transformational change? So again, here is the question of a development intervention into a complex system. Where does it start? Where does it intervene? We all know, for example, development project is time-bound and it has limited resources. So within those limitations, how can it make sure that it intervenes in the right place and make sure that it can bring about transformational change? Now, to answer these two questions, of course, we are looking at two aspects of the system. So first, we have to model this system that we are working with. For instance, again, here, I make reference to the aquaculture sector as a complex system. First, we have to understand the boundaries of the system, to define our system and understand the elements of our complex system, which, based on the research and, of course, the work in the system analysis, we can identify at least 4 different components of the complex system. One is related to the domains or the subsystems that they work independently but also interlinked with each other, and these have their own internal dynamics, but together they create a larger system. We have also different scales in terms of space and time, so defining the scales is important because it tells us about the interactions between the local and the global and how these are interlinked, but also in terms of time, how changes affect or get affected over time. And of course, the agents. So what are the agents of change that make the change happen within the system? It can be an individual actor, an enterprise, an institution, or even the ecosystem can be looked at as agents. So this will help us to define the boundaries or the system that we are intervening. To answer the second question, we have to look at the dynamics of the system. And this means how the agents are interacting. So what is the interaction among the components of the system, the agents with the timescales and within the domains, how are these interacting? And These interactions, of course, lead to the adaptive learning of the agent. So the system, as it goes, it moves, it creates knowledge and adapts itself to the changes that comes into the system. And it's also important to understand what is the initial conditions of the system. So when we start the intervention, where does the system stand and how it is organized and how it is, what are the current dynamics within the system. And we look at the reorganizing properties. So over time, the systems, there are new properties emerging from within the system. Many of these are not planned. They happen over time in a random basis, but we can also see the resilience. So how the system basically adapts itself to the changes, and how does it internalize the learning from the changes to create capacities to adapt itself. And of course, where is the system heading? Sometimes the system, it is moving towards a trajectory that is not sustainable. So the system development trajectory is also important to understand. Now, to look at these, for instance, in the case of the aquaculture, we looked at 6 domains, and these are the notional constructs. So we don't need to really create ourselves a straitjacket for this. But typically, in the area socioeconomic systems that you need these interventions are, we are looking at these 6 domains of technology, economy, institutions, policy and regulations, then socioculture domain, and the ecology. And of course, mapping the different agents and actors and how they are linking to each other, interacting with each other, whether there are interactions between them, or in some cases, there is absolute lack of interrelationship. And looking at the different scales in terms of space, the administrative scales, village, municipality, or the provinces and the country, but also in terms of the different markets at the firm level, association and international, for instance. And it's interesting to see that sometimes these scales do not correspond. For example, geographical scales, administrative and political, and let's say market scales, they do not correspond to each other. In terms of system dynamics, of course, with whichever system that you're dealing with, we are looking at the development trajectory. So it's from a development perspective, we always look at what is the long-term development objectives, and based on that, to look at the dynamics of the system. We look at for instance, to understand what are the conditions that need to be in place in order to achieve that long-term objectives. These development objectives are often stated policies and sometimes are vague, but it's very important to bring a multi-stakeholders perspective into this to really understand what the overall system and the agents within the system think of the development objective of the system. And based on those, try to understand what are the key conditions within the domains that we have identified. What are those key conditions? What are the inflection points that help to provoke cause-effect cascades? So these conditions, if they are in place, they can create cascade effects across the system and helps it to move towards the development objective that it has. And understanding these conditions and intervening in those particular conditions that they have cause effect and they're influential within the system, that will help a project, an intervention to steer the system development trajectory to the long-term objectives. Now, example of this, for example, from Indonesia, where we gathered a kind of a national expert group consisting of 40 representatives of different actor groups, and we tried to identify the key conditions. First of all, identify this development objective and identify the key conditions that needs to be in place to reach there. And we focus on really the key conditions because each of these would have sub-conditions before that or preconditions before that. So within these 6 domains, we identified 32 key conditions that needs to be in place. These are the inflection points. And among each of these, there are direct interactions. So they influence each other in a system that we're talking, all these conditions are influencing each other. Now, the key question again here, how do we identify these key conditions? Because the project cannot intervene in all of this. So how do we identify the key conditions where the project is going to intervene in? And here we used the decision-making trial and evaluation laboratory technique, the MATEL technique, which is basically a network analysis to identify what are those key influential conditions. So we again try to evaluate based on the expert opinion, the interaction or linkages between each 2 conditions. First of all, which conditions have direct link to the others, and what is the strength of this link. Is it very strong or is it very poor? And by mapping all the direct influence between each and every two conditions, then we managed to create a mapping of the conditions based on their influence, overall influence in the system, and how much they are getting influenced by the system and the other conditions. So here we basically calculated the R and C values, R being the total influence that the condition exerts over the system, and the C being the total influence that it receives from the system. And then based on these two variables, we calculated the prominence and relation values. The prominence being a total influence, the importance of the condition within the system. How much influence does it get, and how much influence does it receive in the exerts? And by deducting the RNC, basically we can see whether the absolute role of a condition within the system is positive, or is it influential, or is it negative, and it basically receives the influence. And by plotting this on this influential relation map, we could identify, of course, those that they have very high level of prominence and very high level of relations. That means they're very influential, so they are very much interconnected, but at the same time, they exert influence. So you can see from here that already from out of these 32 conditions, we had identified the conditions that are influential. So if our project is supposed to be transformational, it has to focus on these conditions. So each of these quadrants will tell a story about the conditions. For instance, conditions that they are in the fourth quadrant, they are in terms of prominence very highly prominent. That means they are very much interconnected, but they are the conditions that they do not exert influence over the system. They are mostly getting influenced by the other conditions in the system.
Excuse me, Nima, we are running out of time.
Yes.
Can you conclude?
Sure.
Okay.
So let me I have only 2 slides left. So based on identifying the conditions, then we, of course, the second set of criteria to see which conditions should be intervened or targeted, then we looked at the baseline. And this, I think, is very much relevant to the theme of the conference on looking at the COVID-19 impact, or this unpredictability that comes into the systems. So we asked first, this was the baseline that we asked about the conditions. So some conditions are important, but what is the current state of that condition? Is a strong condition exist? Is it in a good situation, and does it need intervention or not? So that's how you see the value of the state of the condition. And we asked the same questions after the COVID-19 impact. And we saw that many of the conditions that before the pandemic were in very good situation, they were strong, they deteriorated after the pandemic. And that helped us to steer the project and adapt the project interventions to the changes that was brought about by the pandemic. For instance, one of the conditions was having access to the market for the aquaculture sector. And before the pandemic, this was quite strong and not an area that needed a lot of intervention. But after the pandemic, this was one of the conditions that deteriorated very badly. And therefore, the project had to change some of its intervention to make sure to create new mechanisms for achieving market access, given the challenges of the pandemic. So based on this, we developed this methodological approach, which was published in 2021, that I've provided the link here. You may have a look. And in principle, I think what I would like to highlight in terms of the takeaways from this work and presentation, hopefully, is that this complex system in a development context will help practitioners to identify the key conditions that they provoke cause and effect cascades. And that is important for making sure that the projects are well targeted. And the system analysis has the potential to strengthen the tools for designing, implementing, and evaluating development interventions. But there is a gap between the complex system theory and application of the complex system thinking in development context. We often, across organizations, we are dealing with results-based management tools for project design and implementation. But these are very limited in terms of their capacity to integrate complexity, integrate unpredictability into the implementation and design of the project. So there is this gap, and this, hopefully this approach that we have worked on is trying to bridge this gap by providing a workable tool, a feasible tool to the development practitioners to look at the systems that they're intervening in a complex way and not in a linear way, and help them design, implement, and evaluate interventions based on the analysis of the complex system. Thank you very much, and hope I would be available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Nima. Very interesting talk, also very interesting methodology. The organizers are signaling us that we are out of time, actually, and I think I need their advice now. So what do? We were supposed to have 2 more speakers, one virtually participating, but I don't see this person among the people on WebEx, so I'm not sure if he's here or not. And the other one is, so this is Professor Gopal Chetri and Dr. Ritu Mathur, who was supposed to be there on site. So what would the organizers advise us to do now? Because I guess the other program is starting soon, or has started already, maybe.
Okay, we have 5 minutes of 5 minutes of each time for each of the person. We can
Okay.
have.
So is Professor Gopal Chetri here?
And then somebody has spoken for half an hour with no one stopping that person just because they are from, I don't know. I think it's very
Okay. Yeah, not an issue. I can accommodate if ma'am is staying. Yeah. Ma'am, if you're staying, I can accommodate you in the next session. Yeah. Apologies because it was not in our hand. Yeah, not an issue. That is on me. Okay. Please, if because the inaugural session is out and we don't have the control. Yes,
to make it up and down with this now.
Yeah.
So what is the decision and what is the status? Who is here
Yeah.
and who is not here of the remaining speakers?
Yeah, sir is speaking right now, and Professor Gopal, and after that, we are shifting Ritu ma'am in the next session.
Okay, so we have one more speaker then,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Professor Gopal. Okay, I see. So while you are setting this, Professor Gopal Chetri is Dean of the School of Agricultural Sciences, Department of Life Sciences at Manipur University. He's a former founding Vice Chancellor of Sikkim State University, and his key area of interest is biometrics of plant diseases related to cereal crops. And the title of the talk is Sustainable Development of Northeast Upland Farming Technology for Building a Climate Resilient Crop Diversity Based Food Security System.
All right. Thank you, madam. Good afternoon to respected guests, speakers. I'm talking on the sustainable development of a Northeast upland farming technology for building climate resilient crop diversity based food security system. Here, basically, I'm going to share with you my experiences. Okay. Here, I'm going to share you my experience with the Yes, madam, can you hear me?
It's still quite some echo.
Yes,
It was
madam,
good
can
in
you
the
hear me?
beginning.
I'm audible to you?
Yeah, she can hear you.
Okay. So here I'm here to share my experiences about the traditional hill farming technology in Northeast India. In fact, it is a indigenous farming system, but it involves a lot of steps. Yes, madam. Yes. lots of states are involved, and therefore it's a sort of a technology the indigenous peoples are practicing in Northeast India. And they practice nothing but it's nothing but the you see deforesting, and thereafter the burning debris, and thereafter going to the streets, and after harvesting, they will shift to the next uh, site and continue the process of deforestation, burning the debris, and the sowing. So this has been practicing in the northeast India, particularly in 7, 8 states, for the last centuries, and still it is continuing. And scholars, and scientists believe that this is anti-conservational as well as the anti-environmental practices, and as to how the system can be improved. So for this, I have got some suggestions how the system can be improved. So, Northeast India is the combination of the 8 states, and out of these 8 states, 4 states are predominantly dominated by the trails, where we find a maximum this deforestation practices in the form of the June cultivation. Uh, uh, Actually, this June cultivation is a very what is called the system degrading systems, and so we have to think of a system as to how this can be improved. This can be developed sustainably. This For this we have got the sustainable conservation agriculture, which is need to be developed, which is need to be carried out, which simply says that the existing uh, the existing this sustainable uh, uh, system has to be improved. So for that, we need to have a system where we can uh, uh, make a climate resilient agriculture, which includes the improvement of the existing technology, existing resources, with the uh, uh, incorporation of some of the uh, the climate resilient crop, so that the productivity of the farms can be enhanced for a long-term basis, given the conditions that there is a under variables of climatic conditions. So for this, we have uh, So we have this traditional hill farming. We basically divide it into 4 categories. So one is a purely Zoom cultivation, which involves the deforestation of the virgin forest. And this now that is a transition is going on because the virgin forest is decreasing, and the government is imposing a kind of restriction that the forest should not be damaged to certain extents, because it has got the environmental impact and all these things. So these declining conditions are now started in northeastern region of India, where the virgin forests are not uh, deforested at the moment. But when it is deforested, you have seen this very what is called here in these slides. I have put it how the movement is. You see, after deforestation, after burning the debris and all these things, how it is showing the seeds and how they are just coming up. This and this system is very much declining now. Now we have got another transition is this not to practice the deforestation of the virgin forest. Rather, they should go for the fallow land farming. Fallow land farming is that very system again, which the farmers have left the original site and go for the next site. But there is no next site for this the deforestation of the virgin forest. So that very area the farmers have revisited, and this of course is continuing by 40 to 50% of the farmers, and there is a decline in the the virgin forests, of course, to 20% and all sorts of things. And in course of time, it happens that the trend it shows that farmers will be following the June fallow land farming. And thereafter again, we have, if this system also don't, you see, sustainable in nature, then this will go for the dryland terrace farming system, where the dryland means it is a rain-fed system, and this part of the fallow land system has to be terraced, and that is called, we call is a dryland terrace farming system. And finally, there is a system which is now in practice. 20% of the farmers are practicing. That is a dryland agroforestry farming system. Here I have shown in the slides how the fallow land is covered. Fallow land is being sown seeds by the farmers, but that fallow land is not that much productive as it was in the case of the virgin forest and deforested sites. And in the fallow land sites, the farmers used to cultivate a number of crops, and the productivity of the crop is not that much satisfactory. It has been declining, and ultimately the farmers has to go for a system, for a sustainable type of system. There is a dryland agroforestry terrace farming system where they will have the fallow land repeatedly converted into the dryland farming system, and there they have partly they have a terrace land, and partly they have got the agroforestry type of system, so that this system seems to be sustainable in the long run. This is sustainability aspects when you look at the traditional silk farming system. June farming as a whole, where the farmers used to deforest the virgin forest. This is not at all sustainable now, because the forests are decreasing, and the practice is anti-environmental and social, this anti-conservation, and loss of biodiversity is there that contributes to climate change, and runoff of nutrients and soils, and the productivity is decreasing and declining rain. And of course, it is a good aspect that the coming generations are not very much interested for deforestation of the virgin forest. In fact, forest is decreasing, and there are no virgin forests itself. And this is how the system. So we cannot say that it is a sustainable one. Therefore, they have to go for the June fallow land farming, where the only very important miracle crop the farmers need to be persuaded to introduce is that your millet crop. The millet is such a very important crop which has got the climate resilient characters, and this crop, if introduced, and certainly the system becomes more viable. And in other system also, this very crop, that is a millet crop, if it is introduced, then it will be of good for the sustainability aspects of the things. I'll just end up very shortly. And suggested is that in June fallow land farming, a drastic reduction to 5% level, if we could make it, then the system will become very sustainable one. And of course, complete eradication of this June fallow farming is not possible, because it is intricately interwoven with the socio-cultural fabrics of the tribals. So therefore, total eradication is not possible. And June fallow land farming, of course, they have to go, they will be practicing, because it is also related with that. Of course, the productivity will be less in the system. And finally, dry land farming system. And finally, the dry land agroforestry farming system is the best options for replacing the anti-conservational type of your June farming. And for that, all the fallow land cannot be terraced. The terracing can be done based on the availability of the natural spring nearby, and there is a possibility of having the irrigation systems through natural rivers and all sorts of things, and or on the foothills of the hills only. Otherwise, this terracing is not possible. However, the best thing is to introduce this suitable millet crop varieties in the Jhum follower system. And if these tribal people or the Jhumias who cultivate these practices, if they understand the value of this particular crop, that is the millet, then the systems can be improved a lot. So this is also about the building a climate resilient crop diversity-based food security system. Here, diversification, of course, is the key of the sustainability. Mass cultivation of finger millet in dryland and fallow jumla, it's very, very important. And along with that, if we want to create a very what is called diversity-based food system, and so many others leguminous crops is need to be cultivated along with the millet crop, and some other fruit trees, and which contributes not only fruits but the fodder aspect also. And we have conducted a what is called water set of experiment, and we come to know that this agroforestry based drylands, if incorporated with the millets, is a very much sustainable one. And here is the data. I have given no time to go detail of it. And this is also why millet crop, because we know that a millet crop is a keystone crop. It has a lot of health benefits, and it regarded as the crop of the future, because it is has the capacity to have a longer time to store it. And initiative for adoption of millets in the northeastern region also have already been started, particularly the Krishi Vikas Kendra have started. And we also have to popularize the introduction of this crop in the system so that people understands the benefits and its importance. And of course, agroforestry system should be there, and different agroforestry systems, and with animal husbandry also is needed to maintain the system viable and sustainable one. With this, we have already started the popularization of these millet crops in the northeast India, and this is going to have a good impact on the farmers community. And with this, I come to know come to the end of this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Gopal. I guess we are out of time now, and we have to close
So
our
we have
session.
reached the ending of this session. I would like to once again thank each of you for gracing us with your presence. Before we part away, on behalf of TIFAC and ISA, I would like to felicitate you for being our honorable speaker for the day. So please. So I would like to call Anandiya Bhattacharya, sir, please. Huh? Okay. Professor Gopal Kumar Chetri, sir. I think Janki Adharia ma'am is not here. Can we move to the hall 1?
Dr. Mikiko Kenuma, I guess she will join online. Professor Naresh Singh, Lisa, Dr. Zenha, I trust she will also join online, and Dr. Toshiko Maso. My name is Rajiv Singh. I work with UNICEF in India as a customer specialist. I'm an architect and I'm a education. With experience work here and there across the country. Uh, I think I'm going to share a session about the topic of social because partnership always the central part of implementation, as they always say that in India we have excellent policies, but when it comes to implementation, we more or less are not so. And the antidote to any implementation is partnership. And as Minister spoke about, that we are in an era where we have complicated problems, very complex problems, which require a range of actors coming together to create a so very unusual partnerships coming days and in years. One health would require animal health, animal husbandry, cattle, etc. Then of course I have and all the social sciences, etc. Great. So I will speak too much, but I'd like to invite Dr. Marco to think about very interesting topic, which has next to the topic of all sectors rest on efficiency and waste management. So the point is as a senior she probably led a period assessment at Martin at Dr. Martin has been working with me education and like she's been associated process as lead of the and reviewer. So those things
Okay, so good afternoon and welcome back after lunch. This is a spillover talk from the last session, which focused more on the systems thinking and looking at integrated assessments. And that's how this are structured. So what I'll be talking about is the need for an integrated systems approach for addressing climate change and sustainable development. And of course, to set the background, and probably this audience needs this not to be reiterated, but we know that we are not going on the path which is required by climate science. We are way ahead, away from the 1.5 degree temperature increase that we need to maintain that and go towards a 2.4, 2.5 the way we are headed. The way we need to transition our pathway, therefore, is a very steep and transformational one, which calls for systemic changes rather than tinkering around with partial solutions. And therefore, setting the need of taking on these challenges, taking on these transformations in an ambitious way across the world. India, again, has been walking the talk, has been doing quite well in terms of what its targets have been and its promises have been. Yes. Can you see it?
Can you
online?
see it? Excuse me? Is it showing the PPT that- No, no, not
To the virtual people. Can the virtual people see it? Mikiko, can you see it? Mikiko, can you hear me?
now. Ah, it's okay. Now it-
Yeah, so I hope it's audible and you can see the slides as well. So India has been walking the talk and has also been setting very ambitious targets along the way for how it would move forward on the climate front as well. At COP26, we went ahead and had the Panchamrits announced, which included a net zero commitment by 2070, achieving 500 gigawatts of installed capacity by 2030 through non-fossil fuel sources, which again was increment from the previous target of 250 gigawatt to fulfill 50% cumulative electric power installed capacity from non-fossil fuel-based energy resources by 2030, to reduce about 1 billion tons of carbon emissions from the projected emissions by 2030, and to reduce the carbon intensity by 45% in its economy by 2030 from 2005 levels. And very recently, again, India has updated its NDC targets to strengthen these further, and the two blue bullets I have there have been dropped, but we've strengthened in terms of taking the 40% cumulative electric power installed capacity to 50%, and the reduction of carbon intensity from about 33 to 35% to 45% by 2030, which again reiterates the kind of commitments that India, being a developing country, is already willing to take and show its leadership role as well. In doing this, of course, like I mentioned, just like any other country, the challenges are huge, but more so for a developing country like India, where we still have the challenges of providing for the development needs, improving our energy access, of making available facilities and services to all. So there are a number of multiple and complex interlinkages when we talk about doing anything and doing anything at all in a transformation. We've heard in the morning sessions already, and therefore I will not repeat about those, all of those reasons for why India has a more complex challenge than the other countries. But when we start looking at any of these interlinkages, it ranges from many multiple dimensions, such as looking at when we look at socioeconomic progress. We need to worry about uh, continuing and maintaining a robust economic growth, just so that we can increase our per capita incomes so that the economy can stay stable and move forward with its developmental objectives. We need to continue the focus on objectives like health, education, and so on, where a lot of provisioning still remains. Employment is another thing which is extremely crucial to again enable jobs of adequate quality and quantity over the years. When we look at how to amalgamate and link what we do at the national level, at the regional and local level. Again, you have to worry about resource availabilities, you have to look at supply chain issues. When you look at what's something which seems like a very good opportunity or a target that we may want to take, there are always co-costs and co-benefits, which again need to be looked at in terms of the implications that may be on land, water, air, resources. So there are multiple nexus issues which come up, and heard a few of them in the morning sessions. Again, there with the implications of climate change, some of which are imminent and therefore going to happen, there are therefore going to be changes in the way we demand energy, the levels of the energy we demand, as also some of the risks and vulnerabilities which will fall on certain sections of our people, on our infrastructure, on our ability to do things. So, I mean, again, I wouldn't go into the specifics of what all these interlinkages can be, but as you can see in the diagram, it is very complex. There are several interrelations, and these interrelations therefore need to be understood and amalgamated into our research, into our analysis, into our models to be able to correctly represent the kind of feedback, the kind of synergies that can have a ripple effect on one or multiple sectors, more often multiple than one. So we've been looking at, in my past avatar, at Terry as well, on several of these nexus considerations for energy systems planning, and water, energy, food security was one such nexus, which becomes again very important to look at when we're looking at a shift from food security angle and from an energy security angle. As we go forward towards our clean energy transformation, biofuels will definitely become one of the important bullets in our energy mix. And what we do in terms of looking at the crops for food vis-a-vis the crops for fuel is going to dictate some of those shifts in the food security versus energy security. So looking at those angles from a society, environment, and economy angle become very important to give the correct kind of feedback to the policymakers and decision makers at different levels within the government, and also in terms of the stakeholders where the industry and technology sit. So again, this is required, for example, in the energy, water and food nexus, in terms of energy for water provisioning, the water for energy production, or looking at water and energy as essential inputs for food production. There are many interlinkages already, even when you look at a small system like that. And when we start looking at everything, then it of course becomes more and more complex. So of course, we also heard in the morning that you can't probably address everything altogether, and you need to think about the boundaries. But to get as much of the complexity properly represented into your boundaries, such that it cohesively looks at the interrelationships and is able to bring this into the domain of a proper assessment, becomes very important. So again, I won't read all of this, but there are nexus influences on energy systems of various kinds, which stem from a climate angle, looking at changing precipitation patterns and their implications on the hydropower potential, again, from an energy lake, or looking at the impact of cooling and the operation of power plants on water resources. There could be other energy-related or land-related or human-related kind of interactions, all of which become extremely important to consider. So from an energy systems modeling perspective, when we look at the nexus, there is, of course, a need for in-depth understanding of sustainable energy systems and their interaction with the environment in terms of trying to optimize the design, operational sustainability, as well as the economic feasibility. And again, here, how do we look at circular economy? How do we look at the low carbon economy, resource efficiency, sustainable development, and access to clean water or social well-being of people all become extremely important to look at in a holistic manner. So we need to look at the synergies and trade-offs. And of course, there are several modeling tools which are available. But how do we interlink these tools to comprehend, firstly, things in a systemic way, in an integrated way? And how do we then take these learnings to decision makers at different levels? We can't be working in black boxes and then coming out with outputs which are understood only by a few. It has to be able to get generated to a number of people. And of course, there are models which people in this sector will know, and I won't go again into the details of one of them. I'll quickly talk about an illustrative example again of a project we did with GIZ funding, which was the SPIPA project at Terry. And here we set up to link a land model, which was the biome model, with a message model, which was an energy systems kind of a model, to link what would be the implications of the two dimensions of land and energy systems. Again, to look at a variety of interlinkages and feedbacks. So again, as you can see, we ran a number of scenarios, starting with a BAU kind of scenario, which started with the shared social economic scenarios, a middle of the road kind of storyline, but then went on to look at various combinations of biomass prices and carbon prices to see the effects. And as you can just see with the illustrative results, you could see change in the kinds of land use which would get affected under different kinds of scenarios. So without getting into details, again, these are just illustrative examples, but it is important, I think, to examine each of these nexus effects, such as the energy land link or the food water link or the climate and energy link and so on. So we need to work towards this. And I just want to spend a couple of minutes also now talking about the new role at Niti Aayog in terms of where I sit now. And the purpose is to set up a modeling and integrated assessment unit at NITI. And what we heard this morning about the need for this integrated assessment is quite crucial in terms of being able to bring together modeling expertise, in terms of being able to enhance the linkages across modeling inputs and outputs when there are models of different kinds, to connect modelers with decision makers, because we again heard a fair bit about this in terms of decision makers not being able to take the essence of the outputs that models generate, enhancing the depth and breadth of robust analysis at various levels, so be it the national level, the regional level, the state level, the city level, and again, bringing in holistic integrated assessments. So we have what is known as the ICMF, the India Climate and Energy Modeling Forum, which we've also started at Niti Aayog, and people can become members and contribute via projects and discussions to this forum. And we hope that this will become more and more dynamic, more and more partnerships will evolve. So this session being one of partnerships and collaborations, I also hope we will be able to further strengthen our partnerships at Niti Aayog. And with that, I would stop the presentation.
Thank you. So, it's not going to make first, any question which you have brought up?
Any questions? I can stay on.
Okay. For a matter of fact, let me ask you one question. You spoke of complexity of any kind of, but still software net and create on the how you make the experience that what are you planning to do? You showed us a very complex. The next level was very, very deep. But then what are expected? I saw more security there in that. Also that I saw social side, I saw create that.
Yeah, so I mean, energy one for on the energy, so the first to the energy pool or the next to say that it is not energy. But this forum has now been increased which also brings in the larger domain. And we connect now with the establishing I think across economy, climate, space, everything. So it gives us the ability to integrate the various factors that will influence with first half. So the idea is to make models talk to each other. We can't develop a system of models which is comprehensive and gives you all the answers in one go. But we could have different modules in models which talk to each other and find out common stuff to use. So for us, it is therefore looking at the stream of data and structure. Are you using the same or just not at different points? Because not the point that you're not aligned, maybe two studies then it's not with having some common things, rather than something that just and across that in different ways. I think we need to be able to take data like papers, again, enhancing it to include policy, but also data in industry. It becomes extremely important so that manufacturers know where the connection is going. That looking for so we need
Thank you for your very, very now maybe on language, some of these diverse factors might help you to challenge that each one of us, when they want an ability, we need and so developing that common language, common understanding might be the biggest stumbling block in any thanks so much. Now is Nico on or
Let me check.
yeah. So next we will let's do and now we formally starting this session on partnerships and collaborations for analysis and nation. I can't stress enough on what's fundamental today to have partnerships and collaboration of the right time and at right and we require partnerships and collaboration across the and to be great this to Dr. She is currently working as a senior research advisor and secretary of International Research Network for Low Carbon Studies at the Institute of Global Environment Strategies in Japan. She is a lead of Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the focus report. She is a member of the IPCC Task Force on New Emissions Scenarios for a possible IPCC. Over to you, Dr. And I trust you'll wrap up your celebration in about 12 minutes.
Okay. Can I start? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for your invitation.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me. Yeah. Can you? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello.
Can you speak once again?
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear that clearly.
It's okay. It's okay.
Wait.
Okay. Oh, so thank you so much for inviting me to this important conference.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm Michiko Kainuma from the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies. I stayed at IASA in 1994 and 1995. At that time, I learned a lot on systems thinking issue, and yeah, and we started the collaboration with IASA at that time. Okay, so we have been worked to the AIM called Asian Pacific Integrated Model, and later Dr. Massey, also introduced this AIM. So AIM is the Asian Pacific Integrated Assessment Model, and to assess policy options to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to avoid climate impacts. So AIM started in 1990, and we have a collaboration with many Asian researchers And this collaboration started in 1994. And at first, we focused on greenhouse gas reduction potential with carbon tax and very specific policy issues. But now we extend our focus on net zero carbon strategy in Asia. This includes a lot of policies. So we are now, it's necessary to integrate many aspects of the policies. So first, I briefly introduce our aim activities. And so we have lots of models, and because one model it's not easy to estimate, to evaluate policies with one model. So we have an end use. It's a bottom-up model, and also the CG model. CG model is the economic model. And Dr. Masui is a specialist of the CG model. And here also we say the snapshot tool. And the M end use or MCG is a little bit complicated. So to explain to communicate with the policymakers, we have a more simplified model, and we call it the ESS. And it's a snapshot model. And we also have the impact model, but today I focus on the emission model. And first we analyze carbon tax, but now we are include more policies to analyze net zero emissions. So our model will participate in IPCC from the second assessment report and the recent sixth assessment report. So this is the overall structure. What we are doing is the issues in Asia is very complex. So we need economic development. So and also energy issues is important, and poverty and other environment issues. So lots of issues. And example issues to be tackled are economic leapfrog development of to low carbon or zero carbon strategies, societies, and renewable energy for this is sometimes a competition biomass energy and food production. This also need to be considered. And as for the material, social infrastructure and raw materialization is necessary to achieve a net zero society. So lifestyle is also important, and we also need to consider the diversity in Asia, and also barriers and policy plans to remove barriers. And transportation is one of the big issues for the low carbon or zero carbon transportation. So we are now focusing net zero, and using models we have developed an integrated assessment model, and we develop the quantitative scenarios. And using this model, we action plans and roadmaps. These are necessary to implement policies. And as in our AIM modeling, we also have the capacity building, and each country's modelers develop their own models, considering their own country's specific characteristics. And this is again the structure, how we collaborate with policymakers and support the scientific modeling. So elements of policies is, for example, green economy investment and financing, and social infrastructure design and monitoring is also important, and consumption patterns and behavioral change we also considered to develop scenarios and roadmaps. And enhancement of absorption is now a very important part, because to achieve 1.5 degrees, it's very hard without this absorption. And now participatory approach is also important. So the actually the citizens need to be involved in the process of designing policies. Without the participation of the public, it's very difficult achieve net zero. So these are the interactive process and the policy formulation, policy implementation, policy evaluation. But it's not one way, but we always have the feedbacks. And for the support for policies, we need develop scenarios on the roadmaps, action plans. This is the PDCA cycle. These need to provide to support policies. And I'm sure that this Asian Pacific Winter model can support such kind of policy making. So what we have done is we have policymaker collaboration with policymakers, and also we have the core research team. Core research team develop the core model, and we also work together with the each country's researchers. So they develop local and research local issues and their own country's issues. So we have the good collaboration with them, and we pass the low carbon or zero carbon scenario and roadmaps. And the policymakers request us more practical, realistic roadmaps and also practicable tools for real world. And this is again the not one way, but always we need feedback. And we have done many scenarios, we developed many scenarios. These are some examples. Okay. So I want to introduce some scientific activities. We have not recently in 2017 we have published a book from Springer Post 2020 Climate Action. It focuses on the Paris Agreement, and the China, India, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, Japan team participated to show scenarios in the 2030, and also the global scenarios. It's of course very important to have the global scenario and each country scenario. With the global scenario, we have the global target, and based on the this scenario, we can also develop our own country scenario. And in 2018, our collaborator and ourselves developed 1.5 degree scenario, net zero GHG emission consistent with the 1.5 degree target. So India, China, Japan, Korea, Thailand, Nepal, Germany, Brazil have participated in these 1.5 degree scenarios. And again, this global perspective also developed. So now we are focused on decarbonized Asia. So again, there are several, each country has their own specific target. And final goal is common among countries and sustainable decarbonized development. But the process strategies may be different among countries. You can see the red line or yellow line, blue line, and green line. So for this group, it's Japan, Korea, we need immediate drastic CO2 reduction. And this yellow one, China, Thailand, Malaysia, it needs strong decoupling between economic growth and CO2 reduction. And Bhutan, India, Indonesia, Laos, Vietnam, they are still in the process of economic growth, but at the same time, bit later or not uh, not so long, not so take time, but they maintain CO2 emission for a short time, but after that, they need again come to this net zero. And Cambodia and Nepal, they have the economic focus on economic growth, but again, they need to later take this net zero. So in developing countries, correction disparities between urban and rural is also an important issue. And other viewpoint is resource endowment, social conditions such as aging, available technologies, etc., etc., etc. So many, so many things we need to consider. So quantitative assessment based on AIM, which is customized to each country, is needed to show future scenario and roadmap toward the decarbonized society. So this is one example and application of AIM in Thailand. This is developed by Professor Bundit from Thammasat University.
Wind up in 2 minutes.
And this slide provides examples. So this is the result of M scenario analysis referred in the third national communication in Thailand. This work is done by Professor Bundit, and this is a copy of Thailand National Communication of section 3.2.1, NAMA roadmap, and section 3.2.2, Thailand's NDC. Both Thailand NAMAs and Thailand NDC were developed on the basis of BAU created by using the Asian Pacific integrated model. And this model was arranged or developed by the, customized by the Thailand, by Professor Bundit. And also we have the example again as for the Thailand for the long term low greenhouse gas development strategies. And this is also submitted to UNFCCC and 3.5 methodology for the development of long-term greenhouse gas emission pathways and 3.1.5 model for low greenhouse gas emission pathways. And again, the NDIS model and the CG model, MCG model is used to show the BAU emission pathways. And another example is the Indonesia. Indonesia long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilience. And this is done by Professor Rizaldi and Professor Letono and Dr. Uchok. They again customize the countries model using the core English
Nikki,
model.
we need your attention.
Yeah.
You need to wind up now.
Hi.
Yeah. Yes.
A wrap up? Yeah. Hello? I can hear. Yeah.
You need to close now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there are final remarks. So there are so many to-do lists, and but I pick up 5. One is strong policy push, legal framework, the financial incentive to wrap up investment in low carbon technology. Second is establishment and scale up a low or zero carbon infrastructure. Third is substantial and city level decarbonization. And fourth is interdisciplinary climate modeling and research to estimate real costs and benefits. And the last but not least, the public participation enable the effectiveness of climate action. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Makiko. I think whatever we could hear was very interesting, particularly your work on developing scenarios. and some of these slides are very intense. So we need to go back to that. But thank you so much for your time. Pleasure listening to you. And now we have Professor Naresh Singh. He's physically, that's a blessing. Dr. Singh is professor and vice dean at the Children's School of Government and Public Policy and director of the Center for Complexity Economics and Applied Spirituality and Public Policy. Wow, very interesting integration of three. Advisor to the government across the global south. They first speak about failure of systems thinking to influence public policy for sustainability in Asia and globally. So it's particularly going to focus on challenges and opportunities.
Okay.
I have copied it.
That might be TIFAC final.
Yeah, yeah.
No, no, no,
Yeah.
no, that's a different one. That's Namish. I have 3 or 4 papers here.
Okay. This one is not yours. This one.
No, that's not mine. No. I sent it to
pen drive. Just
let me start talking while
yeah.
While if I okay, let me just start talking in a bit. So what I want to share with you today essentially is a perspective coming from the public policy side. I was trained myself as a system scientist and environmental scientist and spent several years in that field and recognized the big gap for 30 years now between science and policy, between natural science and policy, between social sciences and policy, and between systems thinking and policy. What I have observed is that it's always a kind of a supply side to the policymaker. So we have all these modelers and researchers and scholars busy doing good, excellent scientific work, systems thinking, and hoping that their recommendations in terms of policy will be taken up by the policymaker. And some of them have been successful, but far too few. So that's the problem I want to address and to provide some partnership solution to this. Let me, do you guys need?
You're checking on the pen drive. If you have it, you can copy.
I can just start a computer and give me 1 second, please. Sorry. Just put my finger on.
But he's talking about another make the participants do have anything to share based on what you heard from people and what you
Right, I'm going to continue on. Mr. Chair.
Yep, sure. Please.
So what I find is, well, first of all, in order to get greater uptake by the policymaker, what might we do? And where is the problem? So the problem analysis, first of all. I think the problem analysis will be enhanced and we will understand it better and find solutions if we first recognize that not all systems work is suitable for public policy. That's the first thing. So we don't try to make all our systems work influence policy. And we need to be a bit selective. The other point I would make is that we need to distinguish between the sustainable development goals type policy challenges, which I would argue are virtually all of them wicked problems. So this word wicked problems, this phrase is now very well known. All that we have been talking about all day since this morning with Dr. Srivastava have been about wicked problems. Each of the SDGs presents a wicked problem. And by now you gather that those are complex problems where the attempted solution of one part of the problem will possibly lead to unintended negative effects in another part of the system. So these problems are not so-called solvable. They cannot be solved as such. As Whittle and Weber, the original authors of that phrase, problems said, they might be tameable, but not solvable. So how then do we approach it? The first, looks like I will get the aid of slides. Yeah. So why don't I do that and walk you through quickly. So the so what I was saying that I want to achieve in this is to look at these links between practitioners and researchers. I hope at the end of this to make some concrete recommendations on partnerships. Getting policymakers to take up your recommendations is extremely difficult. That's the point. So the first big thing is this division between humans and the environment, between human society and the natural world, is a false dichotomy. But somehow we are failing to recognize that we are an integral part of nature. And that is why this strange name, Mr. Chairman, that you will find in the center which I direct, has the word applied spirituality. That piece of our work is trying to get humans to ask themselves, who am I? And through that process of self-realization, to come to the conclusion that we are an integral part of nature. Unless we do that, we will continue to have the dichotomy and continue to fail. The other piece of the work is that I think the kinds of systems we are talking about are complex adaptive systems. This is the kind of systemic insight that is necessary for the sustainable goals achievement. We are doing some other work like quantum social science now, quantum life modeling, some other systems thinking, and one of my other colleagues will present some of that work tomorrow. But there is this big gap. And why is this gap so big? Because the big issues are framed, debated, and managed by politicians and other powerful stakeholders like journalists, celebrities, lobbyists, advocates, think tanks, it goes on and on. And these wonderful scholars who are doing all of this great scientific work, making all kinds of wonderful models, unless they happen to be in a strategic institution like Niti Aayog or something of that kind, will hardly get any uptake. I have spoken to several conferences of modelers, sophisticated work, excellent stuff. And I asked them, what has been the uptake of all the policy recommendations you have made? Normally it's zero. And if you get 5%, you're lucky. So we have a big problem. So universities, as you know, by necessity, as vice dean of the School of Government and Public Policy, when I do the appraisal of my colleagues, of the faculty, if they don't have 2 Scopus Index journal papers, and if they don't have a bunch of innovative teaching in the classroom, unlikely to be promoted. That means narrow, very focused research to get the journal publication. That is the opposite of what is required in the public policy process for uptake. And so we have this fundamental divide that needs to be bridged. When I look around and look at the public policy schools in India or elsewhere, how many of them are in fact teaching systems thinking in the public policy work? It's not there. And that needs to be captured as well. So lots of work to be done. I have been an advisor to many ministers, including ministers in the government of Canada, where I serve as a director general in the public policy branch. Typically, ministers have a small bunch of political advisors, and they might have a few senior bureaucrats around them. If you can't infiltrate that inner circle with your work, it's not likely to get public policy uptake. And so you just give up. Now you can get a publication with mere recommendations and no uptake. The journals will not ask you if a public policy practitioner has picked up.
But we want to influence that because we want a better world. So what then do we do? I don't want to go into this. I have spoken to several IAS officers and asked them what were their views on systems thinking. And typically they will say, what are you talking about? A few of them did know the work. They did recognize, like in climate change, the critical nature of complex adaptive systems, but they say we don't really have any sense of that, how that is to be used, and so on. Let me stop with all the problems. I think you know these challenges. We used to have a time when we were working in something called post-normal science. And what post-normal science simply was how do you get, like if you are working on a poverty problem, how do you get people living in poverty to help define the research question? The research question itself must be defined by the stakeholders if you are going to hope to get public policy uptake. You can do your piece of work, do your own problem identification, analysis, solution development, all your data collection, and then at the end, present your results. These are my policy recommendations. That's not likely to work. Or even if it works, not likely to have large scale appeal. And I think that's where we need to go. One of the things I'm arguing for is in all my life in working with systems, I thought I was taking a holistic approach until I came across Ken Wilber's work on integral meta theory and realized I was working in just one of these four boxes, the systems box. And that's where public policy takes place. Now we have moved forward. We have behavioral economics, we have behavioral science and policy. So the behavioral side has come into public policy. And we also have anthropological work, ethnographic work, and so on. So cultural issues are coming in to public policy as well. But we don't yet make the link between human consciousness and public policy. That link is not being made, and that's the work that we need on applied spirituality. Hence, I am envisioning a kind of policy that I hopefully we will call integral public policy, which will help the uptake of the systems work. That's our vision. That's where our center's work is headed. Let me, there are a whole wide range of tools that help us to do this. I wouldn't go through that for the lack of time. And we'll be happy, of course, to share these slides. I don't know how these slides are being made available to all our participants. And be happy to talk more technically about all the models that are available. Many of you are technical. You work with these models like agent-based modeling, network analysis, data mining, Stacy matrix, and so on. Let me jump to my conclusions and make some recommendations. First of all, why do I feel these things will work? It's because I myself have, over the last 3-4 decades of my own career, I've worked in universities, government, private sector, not-for-profit, and consulting, and I've worked with complex adaptive systems for the last 25 years. And so here are my suggestions. First, let us build on what we have. When I look at the SDG framework of Haryana, where our university is located, I think it's wonderful. The governance, the institutional arrangements that they have put there is brilliant. When I look at Niti Aayog and their dashboard and their work, excellent stuff. So all I'm saying is we have an institutional existing framework on which we can improve and go forward and take this forward. On IIASA, I went through the IIASA website and the work that I listened to this morning, and there are a bunch of very interesting work now on governance and institutions. Their cooperative and transformative governance group, excellent place to start. And it has a number of initiatives with which people working in this field can partner. So IIASA has a number of entry points, which I've listed here and which I believe are the first set of partnerships I would recommend. IIASA being a world-class systems thinking institution, why not partner with public policy schools? Why not partner with public policy researchers? Why not partner with this whole range of governance arrangements in countries in IIASA member groups? So their CAT group methods, I went through that and fits very well with this thinking. Now, university teaching. Partnerships are possible here, both with our school, but a range of schools through Asian, South Asian, and more broadly, Asian networks, such as the Asian Public Policy Network, the Association for Public Policy Education, the International Public Policy Association. You will notice that not anybody for the day so far, and I'm going to challenge you to find anybody who is going to talk about public policy networks in this conference, but they're going to talk a lot about systems thinking networks, because that half of the equation in this seminar, it says systems analysis, and then it says integrated policy making. That part, that community is not plentiful in this, or hardly present. So I'm mentioning these because even the UGC, the University Grants Council Commission, even they have now an accepted course on complex adaptive systems for teaching. So we need now to get our partnerships, our act together, bring systems thinking and public policy together. Executive level courses, I believe, will be critical, where those bureaucrats, those babus who are interested, now we should start working with them and getting practical training courses for them. We need to look at the multilateral organizations of the national offices, UNICEF, UNDP, UNIDO, all these national offices in Asia, the multilateral agencies, who I know are going to be interested in this. UNDP has Conscious Food Systems Alliance, a colleague and friend who wrote the book Politics of Being, not Politics of Having, not more political economy of who gets what, but now Politics of Being, all anchored in Asian wisdom traditions, need to be brought to the table. This, I believe, can be a really major selling point of this work in the Asian region that IIASA and public policy schools can take forward. Practical public policy research. You know, I want to argue for starting with the public policy problem and working back to the system solution, not starting with the systems model and then trying to figure out what the public policy implications are. Start with the public policy problem, then come to the tools, not have solutions looking for a problem. That's the argument I want to make. Mr. Chairman, your time is short, so let me conclude. Political leaders who can achieve better outcomes, they can do that while maintaining broad stakeholder support, but they are rare. Let's look for the few that we have and work with them. Recommendation 1. Policy success is seldom complete or enduring. It is more likely provisional, qualified, and iterative. We need to be prepared to be patient and tolerant and take an adaptive, iterative approach. And recognize that some people will be unhappy, others will feel disgruntled, and so on. But we are facing a crisis, like we have heard all day long. If we don't achieve our SDGs, if we don't stay below 1.5, we have a civilizational crisis. And that is why I think this work is so important. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ghalib. I think this started acting on the surface of real difficulty. And one of my views on just thinking of this story, never causing diagram in then story of converted into a narrative. And probably then part of it will so one of the cardinal mistakes that special papers that are made to continue actually very complex, but very brilliant narrative. cohesion something different, and as humanity and me, we have loved this. Thank you, Professor. And I think we would love to hear more from you. Sure that we will help. Now we are going to go online and we have to listen to Dr. Zinzal. Is currently working as research leader at Integrated Sustainability Center, Global Environmental Strategy in Japan. She is a leading researcher on SDG, internet business analysis, including methodology development, data analysis, and application at the national and subnational level. Her expertise includes quantitative policy assessment, inputs analysis, about that, kind of life cycle analysis, AI-based text analysis, statistics analysis, we're going to speak about building a system model on interlinkages of climate action and sustainable development. So over to you, Dr. Jim Dow. Take about 12 minutes and try to remain within time. I hope the technology works. Over to you.
Yeah.
We cannot
Ma'am,
hear
your
you.
voice is not audible. Excuse me, you're not audible.
She's speaking. Others
No,
are
no,
able to listen.
no. Others are telling that we can't hear you.
But that message is from long time ago. That's from 431.
So it's 4:32 right now. It's no, ma'am. It's in that group. लेकिन
Hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. And so thank you very much for the introduction. And I think the previous presentation by Professor Stein is so interesting and insightful. But now I would like to present a different kind of topic on a system model on the interlinkages of climate action with Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, by using natural language processing for systematic text mining of the key linkages from climate change literature. This presentation is jointly presented with Kshitij Jain from Google Canada, and Dr. Mustafa Muinuddin from IGES, and Professor Patrick McSherry from Carnegie Mellon University. As we know that the United Nations set up the Sustainable Development Goals in 2015 with 17 goals and 169 targets, the SDGs form an interactive and indivisible framework. Achieving one goal or target may impact on achieving others. This is particularly true for Goal 13 on climate action, which cuts across almost all the SDGs, not only relating to the energy, transport, industry, and agriculture sector, but also posing serious challenges to the planet's water systems, marine, coastal, and terrestrial ecosystems, and biodiversity, and affecting public health, women, and vulnerable groups. Mitigating and adapting to climate change requires all the stakeholders to take a role and an integrated approach through strengthening the synergies and reducing the trade-offs. However, such an integrated approach is new and challenging due to the broad coverage of the social, economic, and environmental dimensions and the complicated interactions among 169 targets. Scientific knowledge on the interlinkages between climate action and SDGs is limited, which inhibits practicing integrated policymaking. The sixth assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC 2022, and the IPCC Special Report on Global Warming of 1.5 degree, IPCC 2018, investigated links between climate mitigation and adaptation actions and 17 SDGs. However, they do not assess the synergies and trade-offs between climate impacts, climate actions, and all 169 targets, nor provide the narratives on the interactions. These assessments were synthesized using a conventional literature review, which lacked a systematic approach and involved subjective judgment. There are emerging attempts to understand and analyze the linkages between the SDGs by using different approaches, including expert opinion, literature review, statistical analysis, and the systems model. Among these attempts, the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies developed the SDG interlinkages analysis and visualization tool to identify, quantify, and visualize the interlinkages between the SDG targets for 27 countries. The EDGES tool has been used to assist policymaking on SDG planning and priority setting in countries such as Indonesia, Bangladesh, and Vietnam. The EDGES methods used literature review conducted manually to identify the causal relationships between relevant SDG targets. A literature review conducted manually is laborious and time-consuming. It is often subjective based on experts' judgments and unable to capture a full spectrum of the interactions in a systematic way. Therefore, an artificial intelligence-based automated approach is urgently needed to help systematically process a massive amount of literature, which motivated this study. The aim of this study is to develop an automated process by using natural language processing, NLP, to systematically extract the SDG linkages from climate change literature and build a system model on the interlinkages of climate action with SDGs. We developed a methodology by using NLP to automate the process of extracting the key SDG interlinkages from climate change literature. The basic idea is to use NLP to extract top key terms and their contextual terms to form paired terms, together with the contextual sentence describing how the paired terms link each other can build the key linkages. The methodology follows 6 steps as shown in this diagram. Step 1 is selection of literature. We selected 5 assessment reports of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change due to their coverage of comprehensive knowledge on climate change, its causes, potential impacts, and response options based on the assessment of a large amount of scientific literature. With this large corpus of text data, steps 2 to 4 are using NLP to identify the top terms and their contextual terms. In step 2, we first clean the data by removing new lines and blank lines. Further, we tokenize the text and remove punctuation tokens and stop words. We use the Porter stemma to stem the tokens to ensure that different forms of a given word map together. Step 3 is identifying the top terms based on their frequency of occurrence. This is done by running a hyperparameter search on the set of n-grams from cleaned tokens. Step 4 is extracting key contextual terms of the top terms to build paired terms. We set each top terms as a center term and extracted key contextual terms based on the frequency of the terms that occur in either 15 tokens before or after the center term. Step 5 is the mapping top terms with SDG targets. Step 6 is building a qualitative model on the interlinkages of Go13 with the SDGs and visualization in a network of interlinkages. Here is an example of the extracted top 500 terms. By running a hyperparameter search from cleaned tokens, bigrams and trigrams are found best suited for our purpose. We selected top 500 bigrams and trigrams based on their frequency. Here shows part of the results, and we can see that climate change, sea level, greenhouse gas, energy use, fossil fuels, land use, water resources, adaptive capacity, extreme weather events, climate change mitigation, renewable energy, and human health, among others, are on the top list. Here's an example of the key contextual terms of the top terms. As a result, 4,600 pairs were identified. Here is part of the results. For the top term, impact of climate, water resources, and human health were extracted as the contextual terms, among others. From the contextual sentence, we can understand that impacts of climate change affect the hydrology of water resources, and human health is affected by air quality and the impacts of climate change. On the other hand, the contextual term, water resources, which is also one of the top 500 terms, has its own contextual terms, which is water supply, among others. Their relation is indicated by the contextual sentence that the hydrometeorological changes on water resources impact water supply. From here, we built 3 paired terms with respective description on their relationships. The extracted paired terms were then mapped with the SDG targets based on the SDGs and keywords matching. Among 500 terms, 56 terms were not found matched SDGs, such as different regions like South Asia, Southeast Asia, and OECDs, and the remaining terms were mapped with 94 SDG targets. By merging same pairs after mapping with SDGs, the model size was reduced from 500 terms and 4,600 pairs to 150 terms and 962 pairs. The model was visualized in a network graph by using Cytoscape. Each node indicates a top term, and the size of the nodes indicates their frequency. The code in parentheses indicates corresponding SDG targets. The edge indicates a link between paired terms. The width of an edge indicates the frequency of the paired terms. Here is an example of climate adaptation and its linkages with the SDGs. Adaptation to climate change links with both adaptation policy and mitigation policy. Adaptation influenced by the adaptive capacity, climate risks, and vulnerability, particularly of the poor. Key areas of adaptation include agriculture, water resources management, natural resource management, rural development, and coastal areas. To summarize, by using advanced NLP techniques and automated process for systematically extracting the key terms and their contextual terms was developed, and the qualitative system model on the interlinkages between climate action and SDGs was built. For applications, the model can help inform policymakers on the interactions between climate action and SDGs, and therefore support climate action plan development. The model can be used to communicate among stakeholders and raise the awareness on the impacts of climate change and raise urgency for taking actions. The methodology can also be extended to all 17 goals and updating the existing IGES interlinkages tool to support integrated planning and priority setting. Future research agenda includes building a methodology for selecting relevant and quality scientific literature from bibliographic databases such as Google Scholar and Scoopers. Improving NLP-based text data processing, such as excluding irrelevant n-grams and including all relevant n-grams supported by parts of speech tagging, identifying synonymous, and defining causations. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and we look forward to your comments and further discussions on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zal.
Okay.
Yeah. This was very, very interesting, something very new for me. I've heard about it, but this is the first time I'm seeing how you can apply it for policy making. So using natural language processing for policy. I think that's a very, very interesting and fabulous space to explore. Thank you for introducing the subject, and looks at that. Now, just enough time for to listen to Dr. Toshihiko Maso. He's currently, or she, he's currently working as director in division at the National Institute for Environmental Studies in Japan. He's been engaged in the development of Asia Pacific integrated model. I guess you remember we heard about this in the earlier presentation. He also contributed to IPCC Fifth Assessment Report as a lead author of the IPCC Working Group 2. He also served as member of the expert panel in policymaking subcommittee, Central Environmental Council, Ministry of Environment of Japan. Today he'll be talking about collaborations towards deep decarbonization in Asia. So over to you, Dr. Toshihiko.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for your introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Toshihiko Masui. I also explained our own model, like Mikiko. And in my presentation, I'd like to focus on the application to the actual climate mitigation policies. And yeah, so the decarbonization is a common goal for all the countries. But the actual roadmap is quite different among the countries because yeah, so we have a very different background. So in order to create the more realistic and the ideal pathways, we need some the collaboration between academic researchers using model and the stakeholders, including policymakers, soon private companies, and so on. And stakeholders provide the socioeconomic condition, future visions, and so on to moderate. And the modelers provide the quantitative results using the model to the stakeholders. So such the collaboration, through the collaboration, yeah, we could get the more sophisticated results. But for that, of course, the model should keep the transparency, and the stakeholders should understand the model and its role correctly. So through these processes, yeah, so we can provide the more sophisticated, realistic, and ideal pathways to achieve the decarbonized society. So the model is a core tool to assess the futures, but future is quite uncertain. So we utilize the model. But the model cannot predict the future, but only show a result corresponding to a set of inputs. So that we will have to choose the most appropriate model to meet a purpose. And so in our case, yeah, so NIS, National Institute for Environmental Studies, provide the several types of models to Asian partners, and we develop the scenarios together to achieve the decarbonized society. Yeah. So this is our partners, and as Mikiko mentioned, so we have a quite long history to develop the model and scenarios. And in the case of Japan, we provided the simulation results from the COP3 in 1997. So more than 20 years, we provided the simulation results related to the climate mitigation action. And as you know, Japan also announced the net zero emission by 2050. So of course, this is not easy goal. So how to achieve this goal is provide from our simulation results. And to achieve this the net zero emission, we need several very strong actions. First one is a reduction in energy consumption. This means the energy efficiency improvement. And second point is the use of the low carbon energy sources, like shift to the renewable energy. And third point is electrification, energy transition, including the electrification. But from our simulation results, we will emit the CO2 slightly in 2050. So we need the negative emission technologies. So of course, it's quite dangerous rely on the negative emission. In order to keep the net zero actions. So the negative emission technologies and the quite advanced technologies are also the role of those is also quite important. And also, of course, such the technological aspects is quite important. But in addition to that, we need the social transformation. We will have to change our lifestyle and so on. So this kind of combining technology issues and social issues, we try to assess the decarbonized society, carbon neutral society. And so by combining several types of model which were developed by ourselves, we show the pathways to achieve the net zero. And this is the main socioeconomic framework, like a population, GDP growth rate. And also by using the economic model, we assessed, we show that some production of the raw material and transport volumes. And in addition to the available technology, advanced technologies, social transformation also considered in our simulation. Of course, the assessment of the social transformation is quite difficult. So in this case, we assume two aspects. One is a efficient use of material. So by introducing the social transformation in material issues, we could reduce the raw material production in 2050 can be reduced by 15% compared to the original assumption. And also, transport volume also can be reduced by 20% in 2050 compared to the original assumptions. And yeah, so in the case of Japan, yeah, we can reduce the final energy more than 40% compared to the present level to achieve the net zero emission. Yeah, left-hand side show the energy types, and the right-hand side show the sector by sector. And yeah, as I mentioned, the electrification is quite important. So the energy demand, especially the electricity demand, will increase around 40% compared to the present level. Both electrification and the introduction of the syn fuel, including hydrogen, yeah, will increase the electricity demand. And those electricity can be provided mostly from the renewable energies. And so we check our hourly supply and demand of electricity by using the power supply model. And so we can check the net zero emission in 2050. And so, of course, the technology, the role of technology is quite important, but the social transformation also need to achieve the net zero more concrete. And we assess the necessary additional investment to achieve the net zero. In our simulation result, almost 10 trillion Japanese yen will be needed every year to switch from the conventional world to decarbonized society. So this is the yeah, the summary of the net zero or GHG emission in Japan. The social transformation increased certainty of achieving net zero, and the electrification is and the renewable energy introduction is quite important. And the early maximum introduction of low carbon technology and the acceleration of the development of innovative technology are important. And our experiences using the model is applied to other Asian developed countries. As Mikiko mentioned, yeah, so Thailand and Indonesia utilize our model and they simulate by themselves, and they provide the numerical result to develop the long-term strategy, their long-term strategies. And in the case of Vietnam, we supported the numerical result to provide the numerical result. Of course, the final goal of
you can wind up now.
Yeah, they will create their own scenarios by themselves, but due to the time constraints, yeah, we provided the simulation results. And yeah, so we by using our model, like a end-use type model, this model show the list of technologies and energies to meet the energy service demand. And also, we utilize a CG model, computer general equilibrium model, to assess the macroeconomic impact we show the trajectory to achieve the net zero in Vietnam. And in this case, we had so many discussion with the policymakers in Vietnam. And we sophisticated, revised the input information and simulation. So such kind of the interaction is quite important. And so these are the results. So in this case, we provided two types of scenarios. One is rely on the CCS, and another is rely on the renewable energies. So the final decision, which pathways will be utilized, is decided by the policymakers in Vietnam. But we provide some the options to achieve the net zero. So this is the power supply in the case of the rely on the CCS and rely on the renewable energies. And by using the CG model, we assess the economic impact by using the model. So this is the last slide. And so in order to achieve this decarbonized society, so this is a common goal. And to achieve, to show the pathways, the model is a core tool to assess this decarbonized society. And the interaction between the stakeholders and researchers and such the interaction is quite important. And for that, the model should be that keep the transparency, and the stakeholders need the proper understanding of the model. So so such the interactions we can show the more concrete the decarbonate the pathways to achieve the decarbonate pathways. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Shi. Apologies, I had to stop you in between. But that's the third outline that we put in the and I think you've been very patient listeners. All of you together, I think many hours of time you've given us. We can take one or two questions if there are any questions still left. Yes, gentlemen. Be brief and sharp. Can you switch on your?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the nice presentation. We did speak about system analysis and integrated policy making. We did also emphasize a bit on public policy. Theoretically, one of the reasons of public policy is the concentrated costs to disperse benefits. Certain actions to climate-related activities, there's concentration of fire versus diffusion of effects. We also know that the impacts of climate change are not homogeneous and are non-linear per se. So we are academicians, researchers, and public policy experts here, but we do understand the complexity of this problem and the implications that are connected with it. The question is, where does general public hope that these actions make what the climate requirements are, and how do we promise them to trust us that that is aligned at the end of this public policy tunnel, whereas previous tunnels have been done in dark for them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Touching upon the most difficult problem. Naresh, would you like to attend? But be brief and sharp.
So the way I will approach that to make the bridge between this challenge of payoffs, which are not immediate and which stakeholders cannot see, in order to get, we have a few tools. And what I would advocate is I would use tools such as the Canevin framework, in which you understand the difference between a complex system, a complicated and a simple system, and what kinds of actions are required. The actions that we would take would be coalition building. So you would need partnerships with civil society organizations,
institutions, with government organizations, and so on, to begin to build a coalition of consensus on the one hand. On the other hand, those technical solutions that you're advocating need to be working hand in hand with the coalitions being built at the social level. So the technical and social work, consensus building, will have to go together. I mentioned in my presentation that there are very few political leaders, they are very rare, who can maintain broad stakeholder groups, which we need for the re-election, and engage in complex adaptive systems. But it's global, and we need to move towards that.
Thank you, Naresh. And I'm a great fan of clumsy policies. And I think it's very important that we frame our policies a little loosely so that everyone has a space to say something. Everyone has space to contribute something. I think that's very important. I unfortunately don't have any great sort of learning from this session, which I can propose that this is what we need to do in terms of policy plan. So 2-3 things that we have learned. One, as far as modeling goes, there's a lot of work happening across the world and different types of modeling. And today we saw, which is very unusual, the natural language processing using artificial intelligence to bring inputs into policy. But today, as you said, we didn't have policymakers here who could. So the whole interaction between modelers and policymakers, that's the core issue which came up. Concentration of power and all that, and while we are dealing with a completely distributed or extensive risk, what we call. And India, the way we do policy making and institution making, I think we believe in making super bodies such as NITI Aayog, such as the Green Tribunal, and so on and so forth, as if they alone have such concentration of power. While the problem is in my village, in Hawara and etc., who's going to do that? So I think the entire idea of decentralization has never picked up. It has been in the textbooks. God willing, sometimes when you pick up the mental, we'll have it. When we look towards the younger generation, I think the seniors have done what they do. Thank you so much. You've been such great listeners. This session wouldn't have been possible without having all of you here. Otherwise, it was largely lonely out here. So thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much, sir. As we have reached the end of this session, I would like to thank you each and everyone once again for your presence. And on the behalf of TIFAC and ISA, we would like to felicitate you for being our honorable speaker of the day. So, sir, I would like to first to Mr. Sarabjit Singh Sota, sir. Then, okay. Then I would like to call Ritu Mathur, ma'am. Yeah. Then, please.
Oh, we get you. Oh. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.